So, let's continue our stream. If you just have joined us right now, I want to repeat that we are in the 5th round of Asian Chess Club Champions League, and now we are analyzing a games who unfolds right now. So, we have 4 matches between teams, and in every match we have 4 boards. In total, it's 16 boards that we are analyzing, we are telling about details, and I trying to explain to us, to you, to me, to everything, to everyone, something interesting that happens in the game. So let's continue our work because it's very interesting, or it should be. We are stopped at the second match between Airports Authority of India and Yugraj Chess Academy. Let's check it from the first board. So, the first board between Sankalp Gupta, it's a India team captain, and Nesra Farseni, Yugraj Chess Academy's captain. So, this is a position in the game. Let's try to analyze. From the first side, it looks like there are some problems on the king side in black, because lots of dark squares that white trying to attack. Computer says it's totally okay, the evaluation is equal. As for me, it can be a problem. So let's calculate something. F6, G7, this square can be weaknesses, because usually if you get a bishop, control of them, but here, bishop on h6, it is a problem or it is not. So, for example, in this position, computer says that the best move for the black is just a5. So, we have a problem here, we can, don't react. Absolutely. For example, a5 to gain in a space, b5, a4, something like that. Knight g7 is the second move for the white, the second line, as engine says, with idea bishop f5. So just free up the way for the bishop and develop the last minor piece. As we must know, it's typical thing for the opening, basic principle. So after the knight g4, the position is totally balanced. 0.1 or 0.0 is evaluation from the engine. So nothing's happened. This strong center of the pawn and knights are compensating by the ideas on the dark squares near the king. So it's just a balance. Okay, we will look at that later because it's not very clear for me. In my opinion, something can, creating in the king side of black, because it looks like not just now, but when the right moment comes, it can be exploiting somehow, or not. We will look at that. So we will look, and now we can move on. As for the second board in this match, so Vito Hinsawa plays white, his opponent is Harikrishnan Ara. Let's analyze. So, the number of pawns is equal, but the engine says that the position is better for the white. Really better, like more than one pawn. It means a lot in the positional play. Maybe it depends on the pair of bishop advantage, because really in the board we have diagonals, but not so more, and it can working. But maybe there are other things. No. I wanted to say that black's queen has small amount of squares, and it can be a problem after, for example, bishop e7 and trying to attack. But no, queen go away without problems. Okay, let's just check. For example, f4 is the top engine move as for computer right now. Okay, I can believe it. And what's the idea? After taking queen f5 and just sacrifice the pawn and trying to, take it back. So the evaluation looks logical right now because white really has an extra pawn. But if black don't want to sacrifice anything, for example, just something like, okay, king h8, just for experiment. c4, controlling all of the center. This square is ours right now, and this idea it really happens in this idea. So after c4, the black's position getting harder because of the center. So maybe f4 is an attempt to create a counterattack in the king side because of this idea. But okay, my another guess, it's, for example, queen d5, avoiding c4. Computer says very bad for the black, because now this black queen preventing the a-pawn ideas, like a4, a5, and this king side things. So b7 pawn is unprotected, and after this idea, it can be a problem for the black. Okay, goes here. Now black are thinking, oh, because of the moves, really problematic situation. From the first side, looks like something equal, but when you're starting to, analyze details, you change your mind. Okay, got it. Let's move on to the third board. So, Harshavardhan plays white and Makaran Rudik plays black. The situation is equal right now, so black solve all these problems. After the opening, I said you something like it's unharmony because of all black pieces control only light squares, and nobody controls the black squares. Usually it can be, dangerous. But not right here, because after some pawn trade-offs, d5 pawn was trade and knight was trade, and this bishop find to him another diagonal, and right now nobody, prevent him. So it looks like a totally drawish position without really big chances, because this pawn structure is really, solid, dead. Nobody can do something. For example, pawn breaks is getting in a position harder for side who trying to ruin something. So all of opponents will just stay and look at each other right here. b5, maybe bishop goes away and nothing changed. As for the last board in this match, let's look at that. Perchinsky Bogdan plays white and Sanken Chakravarti plays black. What's happening? So, trade-off on d5. Equality position, totally equal, whatever. Taking here, and after it takes d5, black has a, central of pawn, but white has a pair of the bishop. So, yeah, of course, it was only move for the black, so it's predictable. Bishop e3, computer recommends like provoking a d4 move, because after d4 our way for the bishop was opened and he can start to play on the long diagonal, like Fianchetto bishop adored to do. So we just trying to make a threat on c5 square with bishop, with rook from c1, and sometimes, not sometimes, in the one moment black will go d4 and our way to the bishop will open. So very good. The evaluation is equal, as I said before. So takes here, and now white's turn. Bishop d2 is okay too. h4, maybe with idea knight, king h2 and bishop h3, I'm not sure, but one of the variations. So, okay. Equality means equality, and we can check the next battle. The battle between, am I right? I want to be right. So, yes, the battle between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Sport Club KPRF. Let's try to find it. So, Tilaev Lukbek plays white and Dubov Daniil plays black. Our last evaluation was about after queen b3. Yeah, I said about ideas with unprotected b7 pawn, like a3, and black just decided to sacrifice it. So bishop e7. So if you want to take here, you can take here, but development of pieces of black will be better, so they can exploit it somehow. Computer says that the position in black's favor right now. Rook b8 is the threat. This pawn can be not very good. This queen wasting a lot of time by going away from the threat. So black is totally has a good position without problems. Okay, as for d3, just white don't want to touch this pawn. It's unsafe for them. Okay, got it. g4. Interesting decision. As human, we really sometimes do it. Like, preventing f5 to keep your knight in the center. But as for engine says it's a bad idea. Maybe it depends on our short castling. Now it's totally prohibited, of course, because it's dangerous for the white, and long castling is not ready, so our king maybe stays something like, thank you from Ivan. It's his fate. It's fate, so g4 idea is keeping our knight on this center. Computer says like short castling was better, but as human after f5, just go out and c6, so black controls the center, and it's hard to feel, in the game. You're trying to have more space because we need space to live, so g4 is explainable as for human, but after f5, after queen d7, the black's position is better. I think a5 is a good idea with opportunity to the rook that black used in the next move. Yeah, it was rook a6 with a very, rook with freedom. She can play on the king's side, on the queen's side, on the center, so you can collect this idea to your knowledges of chess, because usually when trying to take our rook to the center and control the center lines, but it's not only one option. You can create something new, for example, and use a free rank to your rook. Why not? After rook a6, the evaluation of position is half of a pawn to the black. Okay. As for the second board, let's check it out. So Artemiev Vladislav plays white, Saidaliev Akaberhon plays black. Our last analysis was after what? After knight e4 maybe. Yes, and I said about this variation with short castling and knight c6 because it was a theoretical moves. But the point is after queen c1. Queen is guarding a bishop to have an opportunity making something with this pawn. Make a trade-off on c5 or gain more space after d5. Just protecting their weak piece. So black decided to take it first, and after knight d4, bishop d7. So maybe the position look like better for the white because they have a space advantage. This pawn on c4 is good pawn, so black can't control the center by their central pawn because this pawn became a backward, and the problem on the file will be next moves. So right now black is controlling center better, and they have a d5 square for the knight, and they have a good fianchetto with ideas of trade-off. So really I prefer this there. I prefer a white side because this position is, I like this. Anyway, it's something between equality and little advantage of the white. So half of a pawn, just write that. You can understand it. Let's go to the next board. As for that, so in the third, yes, I'm right, in the third board of match between Uzbekistan and Sport Club KPRF, Abduhakimov Akbarali plays white. His opponent is Matlakov Maxim. This bishop on b4, I remember them, and I have only one question. Why nobody plays a3? It looks like a good idea to, after that, this bishop should make a trade-off, and we can have a pair of bishops advantage. I'm not sure, but why not? So this position we have seen. This 2, short castling, rook d1. So really nobody wants to make a free move. Why? For example, why the computer doesn't recommend this move right now? Goes. It's okay, it's okay. The difference with top engine move is like 2/10 of pawn, so it's nothing. Takes, knight goes to e4 or bishop goes to e4. And the only move for the white right now, it's interesting. Taking here and making a trade-off, c3 square. Lots of problematic, to be honest. So it seems like a threat. Takes here and using a4 square. Computer says yes. He says the best idea for the white is going away to e1, for example, making a, some fresh air for these pieces or something like that. Knight d4 is good too. Maybe, but what will be after taking? Bishop takes, made a chair, made a garde. If you remember in ancient times, threatened to the king called check, like this, like in our times, but threatened on the queen named called garde. So every intelligent chess player should talk it out loud. Like if you threaten the opponent queen, you say garde to, avoid simple blunders and make your game more clever. So other traditions, but in this position after queen d2, it's equal. What's the difference? For example, right here, we can't do it. Queen d2, it's just a fork. Sorry, blunder from my side. So after the queen d2, the threat of fork after knight b3, and this is the idea of black. So knight d4 can solve this problem, and we control the square. So this fork isn't a threat for us after that. Good move. Okay, remember that. But this position is live right now after a5. So white's turn, they are thinking, and 0.0 is evaluation. And let's look at the fourth board, the last one in this match. Malakhov Vladimir plays white, Azizov Sadullah plays black. What's happening? F3 was the last move to make a pawn chain in the bishop's way and, prevent their game. His game, this bishop. Okay, e4 is idea or not? It's a question. For example, if black doing nothing, can we make a 4 move? Yes, but we have the better idea, like bishop d3. Make a threat on g6, king should go away, knight, from g6. And after that, another threat. Okay, for example, everybody goes away. What's the problem? e4 is not working. It's not really good. Maybe because of, ruin our battery to the king side, I'm not sure. But something is not very good for the white in this position. So f3 is okay, controlling this square and preventing the bishop, but e4 not really for us. Bishop has a diagonal, knight has maybe a 4 square for his maneuvers to some flank, so why not? Takes is the top engine move, and knight f4. It's more interesting for the black, to be honest. Rook f2, protecting the bishop, but this is a pin. Maybe right now black has an advantage. Let's return. Yes, there is a moment that our best move is bishop takes d4 to avoid the problems on the file, because it's really important. Okay, got it. Queen is 7, protecting here. Oh, not protecting here, so just with a c5 threats or something like that. And bishop d3, clear up the way to the rook, protecting this pawn, and maybe with e4 idea, but I'm not sure because of f4 square. Okay, the position is promising for white, but without great advantage. It's equal. Okay, not very equal. Computer evaluates it like a half of a pawn to the white side. But it's not so easy. It's not so easy. We will look at that in real life. Maybe we will see how game unfolds, and after that we will change our mind. But who knows? Who knows? And as for the last match in this tournament, it's a match between Astana City and Zandan Shatar Chess Club from the Mongolia. Let's begin from the first board as usually, because we have a strong order of the boards to, analyze every board. So, the first one, Ahmedinov Sadbek plays white. His opponent is Basan Suren Erden. Good. What's happening right now? So something strange. It's endgame. Every side has a pair of bishops, but position is not very closed. Computer recommends for black playing bishop f5 right now with the check, and after that develop their last rook to e8. Bishop c1, seriously, for the white right now. I have a really big doubts about that. For example, bishop c1, it looks like this c3 pawn is very weak, and after a6 we have problems with protecting, so we are sorry, my mistake. This knight on e4, if e2 controls everything. Yeah, in this case it's okay. Sorry, just my mistake. In any case, every side must solve problems with their minor pieces. For example, this knight can go to the d4 and making a trade-offs. This bishop can change a diagonal and open the e-file to the rook. Maybe, not maybe, the position is equal without something maybe. And white and black has a good options to develop their pieces, so it's okay for everyone. Okay, let's look at the second board. Hatanbatar Bazar plays white and Aidbaitov Aslan plays black. It's a typical pawn structure after closed openings. The interesting fact that is our case, this structure was after the Caro-Kann defense, because as you can see, this double pawns on the f-file is typical for the Caro-Kann variation with knight f6 and e takes f6. So this is open interior, h5 is open interior, as I said before. h4 pawn is not weak, but it endgame it can be, so white should be careful with tradings, because with every trade-off, position is simplifier, black's threats are, disappearing, and this pawn can be weaknesses in the endgame. So, rook e1 made a battery. This is not a threat, but we should be careful, and bishop f4 is just, offering a trade-off to avoiding problems with queen h2 checkmate after the sacrifice. Rook ad8 takes, c4 controlling the center. Advantages, one more attempt. Advantages of this move, I mean c4, is controlling the center and harmony as a square. So this pawn controls the light squares, this pawn controls the dark squares. But the disadvantage is, of course, this pawn became a weak because another pawn can't protect it, so d-file is good for the black. Okay, bishop just go away to open a file, typical thing, and this position live right now, so black's turn. What will be create for them? Knight on f8 controls the squares, bishop doing something. There is not enough space to make maneuvers, so all black pieces are staying okay. All white pieces are staying okay. This looks like a drawish position, but Caro-Kann players know that there is no simple. And I have an offer for you. Maybe something like that. g5. king g7 and knight g6. What about that? g5, for example. It looks like logical, because, of course, usually we are careful about our king's pawn, because they protect him and they need to stay close to the king. But in this particular case, black controls the center, so there are no lot of pieces who can start an attack. Everything is okay for the black king. There are 4 pawns. There is king who can protect himself, and g6 square for the knight. After that he blocked this diagonal, so nobody can, attack him. g4 pawn is very good because it's prevent an idea knight g3, knight f5. Maybe I recommend it. Computer says it's one of the options. Not very good, not very bad, but as human, it's the other thing. So g5 can be interesting for them. Okay, g5 or f5? I saw the f5 from the computer and I want to check. d5 is totally simple for the human brain, with king g7 and knight g6. This idea just, creating something on the king side. But what about f5? What the goal of our sacrifice if white just take here, take, and queen b4. Okay, it looks like a pin on the e-file right now, but if I just return, what will happen? Rook d4, it's a point. So really a quick way to exploit this pin on e-file. Yes. We can take it, of course, because of, unguarded piece on e1. So black has the chances to counterattack, and this sacrifice can be interesting. Not very, possible in real game, because it looks like strange. g4, g5 is so much simple, but it can be. So f5, white must count it. If bishop just go away, queen f6, with harmony situation, just protecting here, attacking here, and queen doesn't prevent our rook on d-file. Good. I agree with that variation, so I like it. And as Caro-Kann player, I collect ideas to myself. Let's look at the third board. Okay, in this match, I can repeat that it's match between Kazakhstan and Mongolia right now. So what's happening here? Computer said that the black is doing really well right now, like extra pawn and a half of a pawn. What's the reason? The reason is an extra pawn, really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As you can see, 1, 2, 4, 3, 4, 5. So g7 is an extra pawn and candidate to a pass pawn in endgame. It means that the queen trade-offs is better for the black, and the queen f5 is an idea. But why we cannot take it pawn back? Because of a skewer, right? F-file using like a file to the black's rook, and we has a problem. After the goes like knight g5, takes here, this pawn is unprotected, another pawn is unprotected, so looks like a lot of problem. One last question after rook g7, it will be a loss of a piece. Our rook should go away and the knight on f7 will die. Really in this moment, in this particular moment, so got it, okay. And in the game, white prefers queen f4, but it's not very good for them because of the idea here and here. So lots of black pieces are activating right now, unleashing and making a threat. Rook h5 is good too for them, just go away from the threat and trying to attack a4, d5 after the knight's going on. Okay, so black's advantage is big in this situation, and we can move on. The last board in this match, Engtul Altanulzi plays white, she's from Mongolia, And King Bailiff Timur plays black. He's from Kazakhstan. So black has an extra piece, but it looks like white has a compensation with their major pieces. So it's something like a threat, not right now, but sometimes. And f5, f6, it's a problem for the black too. For example, b5 is prohibited totally because of checkmate in 1. Okay, you can see it. Let's make a luft for the black, h6, to have some fresh air for the king. Okay, h3, another luft, and after that we will start something, but what specific? Specific variations, please. Rook Queen c6, rook e6, with the threat of perpetual check. Lots of opportunities of perpetual check to the white, to be honest. And this knight is bad. If we have a knight on e4, for example, the position of white must be really better, the best. But right now it looks like this team of major pieces, it's so strong, so black must control it every time. For example, this move is prohibited because of discovered attack, so there are no squares for the queen. Okay, let's do it. For example, queen c7, f5, f6. So if you're a computer, of course you can see that it's an equal position and the chances are balanced. But if you are a real human, you can see that it's very dangerous for the black, because team from the queen and the rook are attacking the king, and this pawn break is a threat right now. You can solve this problem somehow, but how specifically? I'm not sure. So in real game it's very unclear for everyone, as I imagine. Okay. And what's happening? The first game for today is finished by draw. Yeah, in this position, in this match between Airport Authority of India and Yugra Chess Academy, the third board was finished by draw after 25th move. So I want to check. Really, there are no sophistic rules in this tournament, because sometimes, as commentator, of course, I must know it. But right now, if this draw was happened in our tournament, so that means that these rules doesn't exist, and you can make a draw in every move, whatever you want. So the first draw. Other 3 games are ongoing, and we will return to them. But let's act like in strong order to analyze everything. And our first match between the Hangzhou of China and Yugra team. The first board. Let's start from the first board. Everything is right, so we are continuing. Muki plays white. His opponent is Lishonok Ilya. White has a rook, black has a bishop and a pawn, so it's a position with compensation. Black's pieces look like active things, you know, the battery to g2, knight in the center of the board, this bishop, it's like a Horvitz bishops to the, near diagonals to the opponent's king. So rook is a rook, but compensation is a compensation. What's the plans? I like this question. To understand everything. Okay, I would return like knight f5 and trying to make d4. d4 is my dream because discovered attack. The long diagonal for the bishop to g2 and this one more threat. So, for example, in this position, the engine recommends for white play something like rook e1. But I have a question. What if knight f5? King g4 and what? I just want to continue my idea without something else, just d4. Takes, okay, doesn't matter. I can go away my king to the corner and use this line for my rook. What's there? Multiple attack. Double attack from the queen. Sorry, it was lost. Not very bad, as computer says. After the king h1, king h8, we have enough compensation. After takes here, king g1 and rook g8 with the threat of discovered attack, something like bishop e4, takes here, interfering, and rook e8, and it's a total draw, 0.0, but it's not clear for me totally, because a lot of tactical opportunities. The goal of this move is, of course, rook g5 after discovered attack, but it's so hard. Can you imagine? In real life, played in this position, something like rook e8. So you have a knight under the threat. You have a problems on g-file with your king. So humanable. It's something like, king f2 to just go away. But it's a checkmate in 10. After, of course, queen f3. Sorry. So not very simple. Not simple at all. Sometimes it looks like mission impossible to me. Of course, I can only say for me, but in this position, really in the game, black plays knight g4 with that idea. So it was really happens. The main idea of black is takes. At computer recommends here. You can imagine h5. h5, what's the point? Why we playing h5 right now? I don't know. It's a question. Let's try to analyze. For example, takes and knight b3. And we have this threat, and this threat. Let's return. Okay. If it's a so good idea, why I cannot do it right now? For example, I want to start from the knight b3. What's the difference? Okay, rook d1. Why it's inequality? d4. I just So everything became more clear for me. Okay, h5 with the deflection, because queen protected this pawn from the battery. So firstly, you should deflate the made a deflection, either a word verb like deflate. Okay, whatever. Made a deflection to make this pawn unguarded, and after that your ideas with knight b3 and d4 will be stronger. Interesting idea. So now this position is live in the board right now, so we will look at that. As computer says, white has a small advantage right now. I'm not sure about that, because variations is so challenging. It's like I'm using computer. Sometimes cannot understand what's happening, and for people in real life, it's so hard. So we will see at that. As for the second board, what's happening here? Let's look. Pridorozhny Alexei plays white and Chen Yining plays black. Black has an extra pawn, but it's not a really healthy pawn. It's like a doubled pawn h7, so it doesn't happen. What about white ideas? Computer said that black queen is found a trouble for themselves. The best move for the white right now is rook b3. The only response for the black, and f4. Okay, interfering this bishop with a tempo is a dream. Okay, and what's next? f5, just ruin everything in the center. Seems very logical, because it's a rule. If opponent's king staying in the center of the board and you are castling earlier, so you should just go by your pawns and make a collapse in the center of the board. Try to ruin everything and make a checkmate ideas. Of course. So after knight b4, the white's position is better, but in only that case if they started to ruin everything in the center. With the rook, with the pawn, just the same thing. But if we are starting from f4, it's the worse, because of bishop a4 opportunity, and our rook doesn't stay on b3. So let's start from this idea. It's not very clear. No, it's clear, of course. We made a tactical target for us, to be honest, because this piece stays in one diagonal, but the only move for the black is queen a4. So this bishop can't go here and everything is totally okay. And it was in the game. So rook b3, sorry, was in the game right now and black's turn. So it's the way how game unfolds. And we look at that, we continue with the third game. So go to the next board. The third game, Hong Minzhen from the Hangzhou of China plays white, and Kabanov Nikolai from the Yugra, Russia plays black. Pawn on f7 looks like very interesting, and I want to see the previous moves, how it works. It was something scary with these trade-offs like b4 attacking a queen and just go away. Why are we going away? Maybe to clear the diagonal for the bishop. It's a logical answer, and c5 square for the minor pieces is totally okay. So our plan is clear. Just returning. Maybe computer says firstly g4. Just kick out this knight from the f5, but after that we can go to the d4 or c5. It's our choice, but firstly g4. But it's dangerous in the game, totally dangerous, because it's team tournament. If you lose something, your team will be suffering. So solid and calm plans are, usually opponents prefer this type of playing. Knight d4 is a threat, so queen e8 trying to protect in this square. Trade-off on f5, trade-off here, and black just don't want to take it back. They made a checkmate in one threat. f7 check. Maybe it's totally has a logical, thing, because our pawn is lifeless, so she will die in any case. Maybe we try to sacrifice it with some bonuses for us. Black's king can go to the center, it's dangerous for him, why not? Or queen will be returned and stop doing the threat on g2 for us. King goes to h8. So no, and g3 is the only move for the white. No, bishop g3 was the only one, so not the only. g3. The evaluation is equal right now if you are interested. Queen should take on f7 in any case, because what the other options, this pawn on f7 must be died. And after that something like queen or bishop d4 in the center. So advantages and disadvantages. Advantages of white's position is a pair of bishop advantage, so they exist, it's enough. As for black, they have a very strong bishop in the center who protected two pawns, and their knight can go anywhere, but now he should control the black squares. So yes, it was in the game, so queen takes f7 plays black. Equality. As for the fourth board, let's check it. I'm not sure. Yes, I'm sure. The first board, Satarov Denis plays white and Wang Yinyo plays black. Interesting. These pieces looks like a tactical target for the pin or square, something on the e-file, because after the opening in 15th move, black delays castling lots of times. Of course, I remember how it works, so b file for the rook, g file for the rook. It looks like logical, but how they are going to solve problems with the king in the center? Computer says that it's really a problem for the black, and the evaluation is one extra pawn to the white. So white is doing well. Maybe these ideas with rook e1 will be in any case, because these pieces are in trouble. For example, the first line of computer, the top engine move right now is queen h6. Just going away and pretending to be, modest in the edge of the board. Okay, just go away. This pawn is weak, and how they can protect it? Rook b6, for example. It's not a real option because of knight a4. Okay, what's next? Another pawn. Another pawn goes here to free up the way for the bishop and take this pawn, and after that rook is trapped, this pawn are lost. This idea remains in the board for every time. So let's look at the opening one more time. Where was the mistake? Okay, Nim, the Indian defense. Very regular thing without something. F3 is good idea, D5 is typical, E4 controlling the center, D6 equal situation, G5 is a good mood. Takes here, takes here, takes here, and now white has an advantage. So computer says that now was the last chance to equalize the position after the bishop takes c3. So b takes c3, knight d7, and position of black is okay. There doesn't. I can think about it. You know, short castling, king on the corner and rook on g5. Computer says no, it's like a fantasy. Why? I'm not sure, but okay, we can live with that after the. For example, bishop queen d2, rook g8. I just want to try it. After short castling it will be a bishop h6. So I change my mind, I will not try it. Okay. But position is okay. Rook g8, for example, h4, knight e5. So this idea with knight d3 must be white must react somehow. For example, they can't budge their knight from e2 because of double check knight f3, you know. So king go away, and black has a chances to a counterattack. h6, something like that. Computer recommends, not me. So the idea is active pieces, development, threats. So not only the black king suffering, white king is suffering too in this position. So everything is, you know, balanced. But in our game, white king without problems go to the long castle and nobody can make a threat for them. So white's turn right now, this king in the safety, but this king is suffering after e-file problems. Okay, got it. So we finished the second circle of our analysis, and I suggest make a second short break, you know, to relax, and after that we will continue our stream. Only one game was finished right now, the other games are ongoing, so we have a lot of material to analyze it. But right now it's a pause. Hello again. I'm ready to continue our stream. I ate all of my chocolate things and now I'm happy. I hope you too. So, let's look at the boards and analyze how game unfolds for this time. We stopped at the most important match, I think, of this round. It's a match between Airport Authority of India and Yugra Chess Academy. So, let's look at the first board. So, Sankalp Gupta plays white and Nesterov Arseniy plays black. Black has an extra pawn, but position is really unique because of the situation with the black's king and this e6 pawn. This is a weakness. This king stays in the center of the board in the middle game. So it may be a normal situation, it may be a disaster with an opportunities of attack. Let's analyze. I can start from the evaluation of the computer. It's one pawn to the white. So white has a great position. It means big compensation for that pawn, because you can understand it. Black has an extra pawn, but computer lets like a white had extra pawn, so 2 pawns because of positional opportunities. The top engine move for the black right now, it's queen d7. So what will be next? 2 interesting opportunities for the white. g4 was the first one, and knight g5 with a fork to a king and this pawn. So pawn will be died in any case, because this fork is really dangerous for the black with the second threat here, and king should go away. For example, something else maybe, but no, king can't control this. I want to check knight g7. Of course, it's very bad, I got it. Yeah, after knight g5 there are problems, but here we're losing a pawn, but after bishop g7 we lost a queen. Our losses are growing up, so f7 it was a very good sacrifice for the white, because pawn, made opponent's king close to the center, and this is dangerous for him, of course. Rook e1, the last rook goes to the center, and this is a problem for the black. They have a perfect central domination with their pawn and knight, but who cares if they have a king's problem? King's problem is more important than everything. So after that, check, for example, go away and takes by the rook. The next idea something like, I think, sacrifices or not. Let's imagine that black tried to make a trade-off. Queen e2. The number of pawn is equal right now, and taking by the knight to avoid an exchanges. And I don't know. This is not a threat because of knight g4, knight g5. This can be a threat, but the main point for the white is avoiding a queen exchange. So computer recommends right here king f1. Okay, maybe something like that, but here will be knight f6 with a threat. There, evaluation is big for the white, but I want to figure it out how it works. Where is our advantage? b6, for example, with a pawn chain. Okay. Take here. Okay. But when in my previous move I can't do the same without. I can, and now I have an endgame with an extra pawn. Good, I think, for the white in this position. Maybe for human it's like possible, but those variations with the knight d4 in the next move look like strange sometimes. Okay, so here is the threat, and this pawn will be died, and maybe one of them. Go to the next board. So the second one. Vitohin Sava plays white, Hare Krishnan Ara plays black. Match between Yugraj Chess Academy and Airport Authority of India. And the last move was taking on a7. How it works? Okay, a5 with the threat of a knight. The counterattack. Counterattack maybe not very good. Takes, takes, takes. And there are a lot of problems for the black. White has an extra pawn, opposite color bishops, you know, it helps for their attacking. This rook in the 7th rank, so if you will avoid a trade-off, my rook will be very strong. If you will trade off here, my pawn on a7 has only one move to promote, so it's a big strength of white's position. Everything is good for them, computer relates it like white is a free pawn up or something like that. Got it? So we can evaluate the first board like point to Yugraj Chess Academy, point to India, like an equal score, and total situation depends on the last game. So what's happening here? Perchinsky Bogdan plays white, Sankin Chakravarti plays black, and it's interesting. So it looks like the queen on e2 is stuck, and we have a lot of tactical opportunities because of that. But we should be careful. Of course, now it's black's turn, so nothing is lost right now, but we can imagine that. For example, if right now the white's turn, what they can do? Rook if e1, I'm not sure about the winning the piece because of queen g4. So we can't take because of undefended rook on d1. But we can go to b7. Computer totally recommends very often this variation with queen b7. What's the point? Maybe just take this pawn. After queen taking this pawn on a7, we will have a promoted pawn, not promoted, passed pawn, but the same meaning. So the position of white is getting better after this maneuver. Now we have this idea. So the top engine move for the black is knight g6. After that the evaluation is 1.3 for the white or 1.4. Bishop should go away. And this idea is stick too. We cannot. This idea remains with attacking a queen. But g4 square, whatever, we have a e-file for our major pieces, so it makes our position better. c4, computer recommends c4. I can understand it, because it's too hard to black, you know, realized what's plan they want to choose, because bishop controls all the long diagonal. This black bishop really haven't diagonals to working. All of the diagonals is closed, so he can go anywhere and without chances in the future, without hope in his heart. The situation for black problem. So it looks like right now the position on this match is like 2.5 to Yugraj Chess Academy team, and the 1.5 to Airport Authority of India. But everything can be changed, as we know from previous rounds, and we will look at that closely, very closely. But right now, let's check the other matches. We will start from the match between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Sport Club KPRF. Let's do it. And the first board. So, Telaev Lukbek plays white. His opponent is Dubov Daniil, who plays black. What's happening? The number of pawns is equal, but the black's pieces are more active, and white's king are exploded, expanded, extended, exposed. Yes, I remember the right word. Just 6 attempts and I'm here. Perfect. Really, a success. Congratulations. So, the white's king is exposed because of g4 move in previous time. maybe how it called? Maybe after the opening, it seems like positional maneuver. We keep our knight in the center because we prevent the f5 idea, and this knight is very strong knight. So okay, of course he is, but the situation is after the opening became a middle game, and in the middle game a lot of major pieces running to the board and creating tactical ideas. And this king on g8 say something like that. Hey, return back please. I want two protectors. I need two protectors. But pawn can't return. So the position is problematic for the white, and the evaluation is two pawns in black's favor after knight f4 especially. So made the threat on h3. Why we can protect it? It's a checkmate. Sorry. H-file for the black's queen is really a decisive idea, so after that white must resign because there are no ways to, avoid this checkmate on g2 in the finish. So yes, very problematic for the white, and short castling looks like, the only move to do something, but it gets our position worse. White's position worse, black's position better. So black's turn, they are counting variations. Maybe it will be f5 with opening all lines. It's a good move for the black too, but the best one is knight f4. Okay, let's continue. What we can say about the second game in this match? What's an interesting question. Artemiev Vladislav plays white, and Saidaliyev Akoberkon plays black. It was from the Sukkertort or English or something like that. Yeah, it was English opening, so c4 pawn stays in the first move. It's, influence on the plan for the whole game, because after c4 we are trying to use the light squares in the center. d5, e4, c4, everything with light squares. Like that, like in this position, we control the center, we have a gain advantage, space advantage I mean. So right now black wants to make a trade-off, but it's not good for the white, because we're trying to attack, we're trying to exploit our space advantage. So maybe the best way is just go away to b2 or to a1. a1 it's interesting, it's computer idea, not mine. Because for human it's more simple, just queen b2, protecting this pawn, open a c-file for the rook. Our pieces don't prevent each other, so everything is fine. As I see. And rook d5, it's look like interesting, maybe in the next moves we will do it. Maybe not. It's one of the options, not the only one. Okay, looks like equality, but with chances for a white, like half of a pawn for the white. As for the third position, what's happening here? So, Abduhakimov Akbarali plays white, and Matlakov Maxim plays black. Computer recommends right now plays f3, and I'm totally agrees it. Because this fianchetto is so annoying for us, to be honest. And the best way to prevent a bishop, of course, it's a pawn chain. So let's create a pawn chain in the long diagonal to, control all light squares in the center and feel comfortable. So f3 is very simple to understand for us. Bishop f1, it's the second line. It looks like, okay, we are very modest chess players, so we go away and we'll protect our g2 pawn without threats. So why? If we have an opportunity to make a pawn chain on light squares, so let's use it. Of course, it's not a recommendation from me to Grandmaster or FIDE Master. It will be strange. Just, my thoughts. As for the fourth game in this match, let's look at that. Malakov Vladimir plays white and Azizov Sadullah plays black. What's happening? What's happening? I can see this backward pawn on d6 from the first side, because the point is that this pawn stays on the semi-opened file, and white has a, unlimitless plan. Unlimitless. How it called? When you made this plan from the beginning to the end, the whole game. Whatever. So white have a plan with their battery on the d file and trying to attack, and black can't change something because their pawn can't go away. It can go away from the board after the taking, but go ahead she can't. Pawn is she, right? So we can take it here. It means that this is a weakness in the black's camp, and we can use it in after our maneuvers, something like rook e3 and rook d3, and our game unfolds. It's called, if you remember, the Alekhin's gun. When you use 3 of your major pieces in one semi-opened file, rook and queen in the end, it's called Alekhin's gun because of the one game of Alexander Alekhin where he used this maneuver and win with, brilliant moves. So everything is good for the white. And now let's try to calculate the opportunities. First game with the black advantage. It's totally potentially point to the Sport Club KPRF. The second one is equality. The third one another equality, and the fourth one potentially point to the white. So it looks like 2 advantages for the Sport Club KPRF and 2 equalities in this match right now after 2 hours and a half of hour. So as for the last match, it's a match between Astana and Zandon Shatar Chess Club from Mongolia. As I said before, let's look at that with all details. I want to figure it out totally, 100%, completely and absolutely. I know the synonyms. Even if I don't use it, I know them. So let's start from the first board. Ahmedinov Sadbek plays white and Basan Surenarden plays black. What's happening here? This strange endgame. I looked at that in the previous time and say, what? I need more time to analyze. More time. So I'm not sure that more time can help me in this situation. Okay. After the bishop a5, white plays f3, controlling these squares, and it was the long castling, to avoiding this fork and developing our rook to d file and protecting the isolated pawn. It's logical, very logical thing. It's our previous position that we watched it. The top engine move right here was the bishop f5, and it happens in the game, yes. King goes to c1, rook e8, the first line of engine, everything is the first line, and bishop a3, the second line. Our threat is a fork after the knight d6, and as human I totally clear it understand, because it's very Latin when you play a real game to make a threat and your opponent should find a way to solve these problems. Just it's nice for your mood, so why not? d4 is black answer, counterattack as I understand, so now our idea is not working because of takes here. Our rook want to escape somehow, but it's not working too, right? c2, go, I haven't a place to go. So every squares on d file and d file are controlled by the black's pieces. So it's a finish for the rook. Very sad history. So Now, white response is g4. It was a good idea. And bishop goes to g6. We have the same problems right now. V is taking here or d3, so this passed pawn is very dangerous for the white. Computer says everything is okay, but his recommendations are very, interesting. Let's try to analyze it. The first one, g5, counterattack. So he attacking me, I'm attacking you. For example, it's bad for the black, because after trade-off we will have an extra piece. So, if after g5, king just go away, we have the second question. He go away where? h5? Seems like it's a bad for the black. d5, he's interfering his rook. Now we have that idea with knight d6. And takes. They can't take it by the pawn because of the pin. Situation is changed. So, g5 is good. What else? Bishop h3 with the same idea of discovered attack and winning this knight. Yeah, maybe that's all in this position for the white. Not obvious ways to continue the game, but the point is white haven't choice. They really should find something enough to counterattack, because position is hard. Black has very good pair of bishops who cross all of the board, and chances for white is just tactical things. So they should calculate a lot of variations with these ideas and other ideas and decide that these ideas are stronger. So you know this position. If you open an engine says everything is okay. If you play and you think like, what's strange things in the board? How I can have this? What is my opening? So yeah, relatable. Let's continue. And the second board on your screens. So middle game with the queen on h2, sorry. It's a game. Hot and Bazar plays white. Aitbayev Aslan plays black. And the time is really starting to running out. So half an hour for a white, just 18 minutes for a black. So it's not a really time trouble, but it usually, how it called. So in the Game of Thrones, I forget this phrase about winter. Winter is coming. Yeah, winter is coming. So like in this situation, the same thing. Time troubles is coming. Yeah. As for position, good question, because it seems like the position of black is perfect, because all of their pieces are working. Queen on h2 may be problematic for the white, sacrifices on h3 or lack of sacrifices, we must calculate. Computer very calm in these situations. He says like, yes, position of black is better. No sacrifices on h3, it doesn't work. So everything is okay if you will be careful and calm and with good calculations, everything will be okay. And the top engine move for the black right now is rook f8, to keep the rooks on the board, and after that trying to create a new attack with a rook somehow. So it's an equality, everything okay. But as human, it looks like dangerous for the white. Maybe in previous move it looks like more dangerous, because rooks are staying in the board and making a threats, but I prefer the black side, of course, in this position. So let's move on. The third board. Okay, Akhmetov Ayan plays white, and Kri and Kamgalan plays black. Interesting type of compensation. So let's count. Black has a queen and a pawn in the board. White has a pair of rooks. So computer says everything is totally okay for the black. In my opinion, we have the opposite position because what? Rook wants to go to f7, rook doubles on a7 rank, and this c7 square is problematic, but maybe the question is that after that move it will be not impossible, it will be so the white's position is getting worse after the trade-offs here, because we have a endgame with an equal number of pawns, but firstly, our fight taking part on the one side of the board and knight better than bishop. Second thing, we have a doubled pawns, so this position is better for the black. Maybe it's one of the reasons of evaluation, maybe not. Not so clearly. We have this position in the board right now. I think rook goes to f7, it's very natural move for every human, because we like double rooks, and this is looks like in a threat. And king b6, going from the dangerous line. What's next? Taking here, it's a hard endgame. What else? For example, king goes where? But this knight is free right now. Queen h4, computer recommends. Why? Just a sacrifice. What will be after the takes? Takes here. What's the problem? Why the evaluation of this situation is like 5 pawns to the black? I don't understand. A lot of ideas. No. Before is not a threat, after the king. Just a check. Okay, my rook under the threat, so I can't go away. But what's my threat right now? Maybe I don't see something important. Something very important. Okay. No. Yes. Knight a5 and b4. It's a really unsolvable problem. For example, after check, kings go here, and this is checkmate in the next move. So what's the point? After the queen d4, our king hasn't a squares to escape, so it's a target, not target, it's a thing that predicts a checkmate in the next move. So right now, after the exchange on c7, it's a small advantage of black, very small, it can be a draw. But after attempts to make something more, we can just lose the game, because king on f3, it's a really bad idea, the worst, because of checkmate ideas. Yes, got it. Thank you, engine, that explained to me all of these details. And let's look at the last one. So, Enktul Alkhan Ulzi plays white, and Kenbeilov Timur plays black. I want to repeat that it's a battle between Mongolia team and Kazakhstan team. Black has an extra pawn, but it seems like a perpetual check. Yes. It was the third repetition, it was the first, it was the second, and it was the third. So yes, draw in this position, and it was the second game who has finished in this round. Okay. Good for everyone. Maybe this position was hard for the white because of the lack of the pawn, but computer lets it. No, here, for example, computer evaluates the position like a black's advantage, in black's favor. So got it, and forcing perpetual check. Let's return from the first match. Yeah, it's a match between Hangzhou of China and Yugra. So Mukia plays white, Ilishona Kalia plays black. As you remember, it's a position with compensation. So white has a rook, black has a bishop and the pawn. White has more material, black has opportunities. Connected with this battery to g4, g2, and discovered attacks with d4 and something like that. And our last visit in this game was with ideas like going away by the knight to f5 and d4, but something was changed. Let's analyze. Goes no, later. This is the sacrifice of the rook, not really rook for the bishop and pawn, as I said before. Here, knight g4. Yes, we can see it. We saw it in our previous time. So trade-off on g4 is okay for the black. f5 is top engine move. Go away. And the rook f6. So black decide not to go away by this knight. To be honest, there is no place to do it with the tempo, because in previous time it was a good idea with knight b3 and d4, but right now queen controlled all of this, so we have a really position with compensation. So computer says 0.0 drawish totally. For human it's the different thing, because it's really a sharp position. Black has a lot of opportunities connected with this battery, but white has an extra material, so it doesn't look like draw. No, totally not. So we look at that in the game. It's very interesting. As for the second one, it was a white's advantage, yes, and the advantage getting bigger after the last moves. This king in the center is suffering. The spin, after the spin, he goes away to the d8, and the attack is continue. So, what will be happening is the next time. Computer recommends, of course, I want to return some back. So right now black has an extra pawn. After protecting our pawn, rook f3, every piece of white is working. Knight b5, and the queen is stuck on c4. So something like rook c3 is like a threat. And black is thinking for half of the time, for half of the whole time, and decided to sacrifice the knight to find some chances. Maybe, for example, after a4, it's just, attempt to make 2 rooks for the queen. It might, solve some kind of problems, but after rook b2, maybe problems remains without some kind of solve them. And everything is very bad for the black. Bishop b4, as computer says, is the best way to try to do something, because we are interfering, and knight on b5 is unprotected right now, but knight goes to d6 and everything is bad. Takes. Maybe it was a chance for the black. At least there is an equal number of pieces, so at least. But in the game everything was worse for the black, because now we can take by this knight or this knight. And these ideas are remain with rook c3. So we have an extra pawn, of course for 2 pawns, extra piece for 2 pawns, but it doesn't influence on the situation, because all problems with the queen who is stuck on c4. Very bad queen, and this queen, she should go away before the knight b5, of course. So got it. White has a great advantage in this position, and let's look at the third game. The third one. Hong Minzhan plays white, Kabanov Nikolai plays black. We continue to look at the match between China and Team Yugra. So, what's happening? It's an opposite color bishop engine. It's a different thing. Endgame. About opportunities to start an attack, I'm not sure, to be honest. Because, of course, all kings are exposed, because pawns go ahead, but E-file is closed by this bishop, F-file is closed by that bishop, and there are no squares to the rooks, like make something dangerous for opponents. No, for example, bishop h4, okay, we open the F-file, so how we can use it, I don't know. Rook f6 is just a trade-off. Maybe we will try a double rook. Okay, if you made a double rook, after that your opponent made a bishop on f3 and your ideas is died in this moment, so nothing has happened right here. Bishop h4, it wasn't the game really, it was the move, but it's totally equal situation. Maybe, I'm not sure, maybe it can be a 3 times repetition after that. For example, queen go away, bishop goes to f6 and queen return, because it looks like draw is good for everyone right now. So if you try to play to a win, you risk to lose. Typical situation, to be honest, very typical, but in this game very hard to find something for white and for black, for both players. As for the last one, as for the fourth, something was changed. Because our last analysis, maybe I mixed up the games? No, I don't. So here I show you that the position is totally good for the white because of e-file, because after the opening black's king is uncastled on e8, and this is a tactical target for the pin from the rook on e-file, for example. So something was changed. An evaluation right now in a white's favor, 1 pawn, but bishop goes to a3. Good idea, we protected everything. Queen go away to h6 with a tempo. Okay, just go away. Maybe bishop g3 was better, as computer says. Our knight protected this bishop, so we haven't this type of problem. But d6 is a weakness, so maybe. But okay, the position is equal. Knight g3 was a mistake. Why? Computer says, of course there is a problem and we should free up the way for our bishop to control the square. But we have the different options. As for me, in real life, so the odds are I prefer the knight g3 too, because f5 square is very promising for our knight. But there is a problem or a reason to choose the knight c3 in this position. What the reason? Let's check it. For example, after knight g3 it will be bishop d7, and we haven't really good choice to solve this problem with destroying the defender. Got it. So, if in this position we made a knight c3 option, one of our knights defends the other knight, and this idea doesn't exist. That's the point. Understand, totally understand. So, in the game after the knight g3 was queen g6. And this position, after avoiding a trade-off of queen, will be worse for the whites, getting worse, I mean. Takes, bishop d7, and this is a threat, because we can't solve our problems with b2 pawn. Really? Maybe not just now. Maybe firstly, black should go away by their king to f8 to, avoid a check. And after that, takes, and what we can do with that fact? I don't know. b3 is a bad idea, because we ruin every pawn structure near our king, so it's bad. What else? Good question. I don't know, computer doesn't know, nobody doesn't know. Very bad for the black. So, if we're trying to calculate the chances right now, the first board and the third board is equality, as computer says. The first board with in Ugra's favor, so 1 point to Ugra potentially, and the fourth board 1 point to China potentially. So it looks like 2 point and 2 point. Now this match is drawish, but everything Everything can change every second. I repeat it a lot of times because chess is chess. Chess is chess. And let's look at the second match. The most important, maybe not. It's just, feelings. So it's a match between Airport Authority of India and Yugrad Chess Academy. The second board was finished with Vitohin Sawa win. I remember the rook on a7, very strong rook. Maybe it's connected. The evaluation of white's position is very good right now. Rook e8, go away, a doubled rook on a file, queen to b4, b2, check, another check, and after the king h7 that black wanted to play, it will be just a small sacrifice on b7 because of the rook a7 idea. So it's a pin. We have a equal number of material right now, but this idea is very strong. For example, after bishop b8 with interfere, this pawn is getting promoted. So the situation is scary for the black. In the game they tried to sacrifice the rook, but it's really can't change the situation. Everything is bad for them. The second board is here. The third board was finished with a draw, so only 2 games in this match are ongoing. Let's start from the first one. Sankalp Gupta plays white, Nesterov Arseniy plays black. As you remember, the position was hard for the black. Maybe like here, the evaluation, 1 pawn 6 for the white side. But something is changed, and after rook e8, black is trying to equalize the position. The advantage is getting smaller, so like an equal situation. Of course, white has an extra pawn, but it doesn't mean a lot right now, because d3 pawn is a lighted pawn, and d4 square for the knight is good. So you can play it like from white side and from black side. Everything is okay. Game is continuing. Got it. And look at the last board in this match. So Perchinsky Bogdan plays white and Sanket Chakravarti plays black. What a big advantage. Big advantage because of this pawn. Only 2 moves to promote it, and black hasn't enough counterattack really. And white's turn in this situation. So after a7, it's not really a good way to, solve this problem. We just want to maybe go away for the queen, and this a8. I'm not sure about the sacrifices. Okay, let's continue this variation. h4. Rook a1, computer recommends just preparation. So you can't block my pawn because of this bishop. I just go away and discovered attack. So takes, okay, a8 and queen. These ideas is not very dangerous for the white. Everything is totally okay for them. 1 extra queen is decisive thing in the chess. After, of course, 50 seconds in the white's clock. So it's sometimes change situation. 40 seconds. Really, time is running out. So maybe it made our position more unclear, because of course extra queen potentially is very good, but 30 seconds in the clock is scary for viewers firstly, because sometimes you need to calculate variations, and if you haven't enough time, you just have only one option, randomizer. It's not working very good, especially in Grandmaster or International Masters level. So this position can finish in every result 5 seconds, maybe h4, a7, h4, it was in the game. So black responds very quickly. 25 seconds, yeah, nervous situation. For me totally nervous, maybe for players it looks something different, but 15 seconds. Promoting or not promoting? That's the question. Maybe we firstly can take here For example, g takes h4, it's a draw. After this idea, the ideas of black is very hard. So we shouldn't take here. Queen e4, yeah, a very safe move, because we're trying firstly to solve our problems with checkmate ideas. Our queen goes to defense and trying to exchange, the best decision for the white. And after queen d7, it must be rook a1. It's my stake, you know, that the next move of white, it will be rook a1 with the a8 threat. So black can solve this problem after this idea, and it means that white wins the game. Maybe not so easy, just takes. Let's check it. And there is no enough time for the black to create a counterattack. The next move is bishop g2 and a8 with queen. But you need to be careful in real life, because after sacrifice you can't return it back. It's very risky thing, especially if you have 15 seconds. 10 seconds, yeah, takes, 1 minute for Perchinsky Bogdan. Okay, interesting situation. And the most interesting, you know that white's rating is 20 hundredths and black's rating is 23 hundredths. So it can be hard, it can be challenging. But right now it looks like all under control, because the plan is obvious for the white, and maybe black prefers to resign right now, who knows? And we are continuing. Our next match is a match between Uzbekistan and Sport Club KPRF. All 4 games are ongoing right now, so takes on f4, it was the last move. Black has an advantage, but because of this idea, pawn on h3 is unprotected, totally unprotected, so this knight has a problems. For example, they should sacrifice a knight. If knight go away, it will be queen takes here, rook a8 and rook g8 is another idea, f3 is a problem with the checkmate. So the number of pawns became unequal. Yeah, just takes, and 2 minor pieces against a rook, so good situation for the black. Rook e8, computer recommends, or bishop f6, and I like this move because everything is protected, everything has a guarantee, so without a risk-free decision. As for the second board, Artemiev Vladislav plays white and Saidaliyev Akaberkhon plays black. This battery of major pieces looks like strong, and computer agrees with that, so maybe it takes here the threat. For example, after something, we want to destroy the defender, and after that has an 1 or 2 extra pawns right now. So e5 is not working because of takes. That's a pin on d file, so d6 pawn can't budge because of that. Lots of problems for the black right now. The evaluation is white is 2 pawn up, so everything is good, but the point is white has only 1 minute on their clock. Why everyone who has an advantage has a lot of time, has the opposite side, small amount of time on their clock, because it's a really compensative things. But for viewers, it can be more nervous, more emotional, maybe more interesting. Who knows? As for the third game, let's check it. Abduhakimov Akbarali plays white and Matlakov Maxim plays black. The plan with targeting on d6 pawn is continuing, so this pawn is backward. Maybe in this position I just said that about e5 move. Of course, black wanted to try to control, to control the central squares, but it's a weakness. Weakness for the whole game. Takes, doubled pawn on d file, and we have this position right now. Computer says that less than a pawn, an advantage for the white. But as for me, what's the question? Of course, less than a point, because we are not took this pawn yet. But potentially, it can be very hard for the black, like continue defense. As for the last one, Malakhov Vladimir plays with Azizov Saadullah. So, what's happening here? Let's try to analyze this moment. The number of pawn is equal, but another d6 weakness, like in the previous game. So the battery of major pieces are targeting at this point, and computer recommends ruin everything, because the second good thing for the white is a pair of bishop advantage. They cross the board, but not, totally, because this bishop is perfect. All rooks, he is targeting these problems for the black, but another bishop is blocked by the pawn chain. So maybe we can ruin everything. Of course, it's just after long calculations, because it's a risky move. We sacrifice this pawn, we sacrifice this pawn, everything is sacrificed, but computer says it's totally okay for us. For example, takes here, knight d5. This idea, that idea, something else. Our rooks on f-file, the advantage of white is just growing up after these moves. Sometimes it seems unclear for me. Okay, but if takes here, bishop can return to the g2, and the queen is stuck in the center, so queen is trapped. There are no places to escape from the threat. Interesting, very, very interesting. Okay, so if we want to count advantages in this game, it will be what? In the first game, advantage of black is disappearing after this move, and the small thing near their surnames just show it. Takes. Computer says it can be draw. Okay, we will count it. So 2 advantages of Sport Club KPRF team and 2 equal positions. Maybe not very equal, but something like that. Okay. We finished our 3rd hour. We are continuing analyzing our games, but now it's time to take a short break, and after that we will continue. So everything like right in our plan. Well, our last part of the streaming is starting because it's a 4th hour. Usually it's the last time, but sometimes it happens that our tour isn't going like 5 hours or more, so I must be careful with my words right now. Okay, let's continue to analyzing the games and counting the results. And our team right now, it's a match between Astana, it's of course Kazakhstan, and Zandan Chess Club from Mongolia. The first board is Ahmedin Asadbek plays white and Basan Surenerden plays black. Black has an extra pawn, but who cares if white has a pair of bishop advantage. So you can see that this rook will lose a lot of ideas with maybe even checkmate. This c-pawn can do something, maybe. For example, right now it's a white's turn, so the best move, as computer says, it's a rook to d1. What's the idea? I can see the checkmate opportunity. If this knight will disappear, we will have knight a7 and checkmate. Maybe in this game it can be easier. For example, goes here, and where is the threat? I want to do nothing. What's next? Trade off on d6. And maybe after this, no, computer changed his mind. Now evaluation is 0.3. So, not so big in the previous things. We should take here by the bishop to control this b4 square from the knight. Okay, got it. And after something, we are not rushed with the taking, but after some preparations we will do it. So the endgame is better for the white, for the captain of Kazakhstan team. Okay, the second game, Hatan Bazar plays white and Aybayt Vaslan plays black. Something strange with this queen, but it's dangerous for the white, totally. Maybe after some maneuvers, it can be will h3. Right now it's checkmate threatened, to be honest. Black should be careful with that. They should make a luft for their king or return to interfere their e-file. It can be, solutions can be different. But after that, the positional things from the black is better. But everyone has a time trouble, so 5 minutes to black, 9 minutes to white. It can be challenging, even because of time. In every position, when your time is running out, it's like stressful. You can see that lots of players, shaking their hands or take a piece from the board and circle it, like trying to feel stress less. As for the third board, it's a game with compensation. Two rooks and queen. And the situation was in the black side. Here, yeah, black side, yeah. Now the evaluation is like black is 2 pawns up, but after, yes, the top engine move, where is the advantage? Takes. The big difference. You can see the big difference. So, the top engine move that brings black big advantage is a queen e1 and check. After king d3, for example, we can make another check, and after that we will take it. So maybe the threat of queen d3 and queen d4 changed all evaluation. For example, takes. Queen c1, the only move. a5, the only move. Queen c2, as you forget. One more time. Okay, expect, as you expect. I remember that before my translator, so I'm perfect. Checkmate in 2, of course, in this position. That I wanted to say. As you forget it one more time. Maybe I should write it down in my textbook. You know, some hard words I sometimes write. So, expect, expect, expect. So, the problem is solved. We can continue to find the difference between this variation and variations from the game. Let's do it. So, if this queen can make some more checks and stay closer to the white king, after that white haven't time to capture on c7 because of the checkmate threat. That's the difference. But in the variation from the game, it was in the game, it's perfect. It's perfect. Takes here, check, check, it was right. King e1, the evaluation is 4 pawns in black's favor. c3, it's a mistake. How you can imagine that? So usually in every endgame, promoting a pawn is our must, it's our biggest goal. But right now, c3 is blunder. Thank you. So c3, rook c6. It was in the game. King goes to a5 and double rooks on c line. What's the right sequence of moves? Let's find it. For example, made a check, made another. After the king d1, we can take this pawn with a check. It's good for us. So, for example, trying to go here. Another check. Go here. Queen d5, c3 is a draw, right? Yes, because of doubled rook. So computer suggests us find, sequence of checks to take the pawn on d5, and after that we control this pawn and this square from the checks. And after that we maybe take here or not. We will have 2 connected pawns who can be promoted. But after this ideas, this pawn is lost, this pawn stay in the board and blocked the d6 opportunity, so it's a draw after perpetual check from the black, like computer says or something like that. Of course, black can avoid the perpetual check. They can try to do something else, for example, takes here, but it's a little small opportunity to find something here, because these rooks make real threats for this king on the edge of the board. Black lost the opportunity to find something. Okay, it's very easy to commentating when you can see the engine every move and like it's easy. No, it's not easy. Let's be honest. It's totally not easy. It's just long calculations after 3 hours of 3 hours of playing today and few hours of preparations today. Tiredness, it's okay, and blunders, it's okay too. All of us are human beings, so nature thinks. As I said before, the first game in this match finished with perpetual check in the g6 and e8 squares. So the point is, the first game we can potentially add a point to Kazakhstan team. The second and the third is something like equality. Maybe here we have questions, because the ideas of black is harder, so it depends. Kazakhstan has 1 or 2 advantages here and 2 equalities. One of them is finished like a draw. We can return to the first match. About matches. The interesting thing, before the round I said you that the most important match is the match between Airport Authority of India and Yugrad Chess Academy, and it's the quickest match in this round, because 3 of 4 games is finished. So the score is 2.5 to, you can see, Ugrachess Academy team. So the last game, Perchinsky Bogdan win the game. At the second game, Vitohin Sava win too. So we can solve it. And the third game was finished the first. The third is number of the game in the match. The first is, on the whole tournament in 5th round. So it was a draw. And now the first board doesn't influence on the score in total, because the advantage of the Team Ugrachess Academy is bigger, then can be changed. So we can start from this. Sankalp Gupta plays white and Nestor Arseny plays black, and white has an extra pawn on c4, but it looks like a position with the chances to, keeping this. Computer says this really can be a draw or cannot. Maybe this match will be the longest. Who knows? Because this position you can play it for 50 or 100 moves. It happens. But the rest of games was finished, and finished very difficult, very sad for the India's team. So maybe that's the point why we don't see the Indian chess player in our interview like in previous games, because it's very hard results for them, very sad results, and it's a bad move. So usually after these games you don't want to go to an interview and show in your lost game. So I can totally understand it right now. The chess is chess. Situation is situation, and we wanted to start from the first match. Let's look at the first board. Muke plays white and Elishonok Ilya plays black. The position with compensation, d4 pawn goes from f. I mixed up all files that exist in this chess notation. How it works? Sometimes I will try to focus on the algebraic notation, but I'm not sure. As for the situation in the game, as you remember, I told you many times that the main black idea is discovered attack from the long diagonal, because black has a battery, from the bishop and queen, something like here, and d4 was a dream. d4, and now we can see that this idea was happened, but the position getting worse. How it code? How it happen? How it unfolds? What's happening? So this position is equality, right? You remember? 0.6 less than a pawn, so you can live with that. h6, the position of black getting harder. Okay, king g1, the top engine move, go away from the problematic diagonal. Okay. One pawn is advantage for the white. Go g6, like another bad move as computer advantage, as computer evaluation. So the first one was return our pawn back. Queen d4 is prohibited because of the discovered attack. So we just take this pawn, queen f5 for example, go away. You can see the triangle of the pieces of black. It seems interesting. You like rook protected knight, knight protected bishop, and the bishop protected rook. So everyone helps each other, like friendship. Okay, it's just a variation and my fantasy. So we can go back. g6 computer says very, very bad because of knight e2. So white found the top engine move one more time, and this pawn may be a weakness. Queen d6 with the threat, but after h3 really our rook is stuck in the edge of the board, so black should sacrifice something. In the game he trying to make a counterattack, but just queen c4 and this threat remains in the board. This idea isn't working because of just another threat. Knight takes on d4 and this spin, and after queen d4, queen e6 with a rook is a checkmate totally. So the position is very, very bad for the black, and we can count it like that. The second game was finished by white's win. After the rook c2, black resigned. This idea is very painful for the black. These pawns are lost because of the active king, so everything is bad for the black. So we can count the situation in this match like 1 point to China, 1 point to Team Yugra. Let's look at the rest of the boards. The third one, Hong Minzhen plays white, Kabanov Nikolai plays black. Something has happened, but no, it's really drawish. Drawn endgame totally. We have an endgame with opposites bishops, so it's a really, really boring thing. Of course, we have an exceptions, for example, with attacks on the king. If you start an attack from the king, you can be sure that your opposite bishops in the boards will help you. Because, for example, if you have a queens on the board right now, you can start your attack from the dark squares, and opponent's bishop just staying near, but he can't doing something. Now we have not the same thing, so this rook made a border for the black king, and nobody can doing something. It's a draw. So the last board will be decisive in this match, right? Yes. And it looks like something strange, because black, of course, has an extra pawn, but the ideas with the d-passed pawn can be problematic for the black. The only natural move right here is a rook c6 with a check, of course, because after that we have an opportunity to push our pawn ahead. And right now the evaluation is equal, maybe half of a pawn to the black side, but you should be careful because lots of calculations in this position. This pawn trying to getting promoted on d8, so d7 is the last square when you can stop it. How? For example, bishop f5 can be not very good, might be, because of d7. This is a threat, so you can't touch my pawn on d7. Rook wants to stay behind the pawn. Rook d8 is like the only move. Made a check. King c5, made a second check. King c6. Maybe we can take here and take here. It looks like a draw maybe after all trade-off, but you can be sure that's the point. So if something will not change, the score of this match is 2 points, 2 points, like a draw in the match. But who knows? Who knows? It's interesting for the both side. As for the next match, we saw just right now the first board. Just continue with the same situation. Rook and knight and rook and knight. And the equality in position, so extra pawn on c4 may be capitalizing, may not to be. It takes a lot of time. In any case, the close, 30 moves will be something like king f1, king goes to this side of the board, trying to create a passed pawn. Black will prevent, white will try, black will create a knight forks and another trouble for the black. So it's a team for the next 30, 40 moves, whatever it will be long. Let's go to the next. As for the next match between Uzbekistan and Sport Club KPRF, all 4 games is ongoing, but it's close to the finish. 2 of it totally close. So the first of them is here. Tilaev Lukbek plays white and Dubov Danil plays black. What's happening is a question, but really I think it's a simple plan. Firstly, of course, c2 pawn really blocked this rook. Rook can't budge totally. She should, avoiding promoting on c1. So simple plan for the black. Staying a rook to c5, goes king to f8, e6, f6, taking here. That's all, to be honest, because the double pawns, they can be lost. They both. So time to resign for the white. As for the second one, it's a queen endgame, but 2 extra pawns to the white. So only one way that can be dangerous for the white is perpetual check. And we have the same situation in previous day, yesterday. We saw something like that, and this position was totally winning with 3 extra pawns, but after some inaccuracies, after some inaccuracies in position, perpetual check became, and it was a draw. But after that, it's changed one more time, and it will win in the finish. Sometimes it happens, yes, but of course, until your games unfolds, you should be careful. It's an easy rule for every chess player, even for the beginner. King goes to h6, maybe. The capitalization will be easier for the white after that, because king is totally under threat. For example, goes here, and king can't budge. After the king h5 it will be checkmate, after the king g5 it will be check and mate in the next move. So he's not very dangerous. g5 is prohibited too because of queen f6 and g4 and checkmate, so it's not very good, but in any case the position is very bad for the black. We can count potentially the second point to the Team Sport Chess Club KPRF, and let's move on to the third one. Abduhakimov Akbarali plays white, Matlakov Maxim plays black. Pair of bishop are good here because black has a lot of weaknesses. First, second, maybe white too has weaknesses is a question, because rook b1 is a threat right now. Rook b1 and after that rook a1. How white can solve these problems? Computer, the engine, recommends right now do something like bishop a2. We are controlling the square. Rook b2 takes. We had the first extra pawn, made the pin go away, made the threat. What's next? We just managed to block this pawn in time because what? I want to make this rook in stack right now, but I can't do it. For example, goes here and just go close maybe. No, it was a blunder. Blunder position made a draw. Thank you. Okay, I don't want to touch my king. Bishop b6, trying to take everything. And this move isn't working because of bishop d5, totally unclear for me. I can feel that white's position is better, it's just feelings, because our team of bishops is perfect and there are a lot of squares for them. But on the other side, a3 pawn is weak too, so black has the plans for taking it. Dangerous. And you must make a lot of calculations, but when? Where is okay, where? In the key-queen side. When is the most important question, because white had only 35 seconds and black has only 2 minutes. Not very much. Made a check, and after the king f2 in this position, computer evaluates it like in a draw, so 0.0. Check, and after some move by king, It's in any case it will be here and here, if I understand it right. Let's check. For example, king f3, rook b1. It move is prohibited because of the square of the zip file, so maybe go something else, and rook king f7. The only move for the black who keeps equality. Maybe I can understand it, just protecting the e6 pawn. Okay. Just my emotions was, I can avoid it. And this idea is working right now, and it's okay for the black. So they are equalized the position. Everything is good. Maybe not. S4 total score. I want to calculate it, but firstly I want to look at the first board. Malakhov Vladimir plays white, Azizov Sadullah plays black. It is the first board of the match between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Sport Club KPRF. What's happening? It's an endgame with extra pawn for the white. The pawn is good. The space in the center is good of white too for white. So we just go away, trying to make a trade-off. It's a threat. Why it's not working? Because after rook d2 it will be a knight takes e6 firstly. And after that, endgame with one extra pawn, but we have a very simple way to create a next passed pawn on the b file after bishop d7 or something like that, and our king is closer than black. So everything in the game was this variation. Takes. Yes, the position in the white's favor very much. Okay, got it. So one advantage to the Sports Club KPRF, the second one, the third one. After the king e2, interesting, black has an advantage. So you can see how one move before I said that it was white's advantage, after that it was equality, but right now it's a black advantage. And maybe it's because of blunder with this, opportunity. Maybe white didn't see it before, because this bishop in this diagonal really controls the c3 square. So for example, if you go something here, it will be problematic for the white, but not that problematic, because this idea doesn't exist right now. After the trade-off we can make a bishop c3 move, but right now it's very good for the black. Made the threat, take a pawn, and rooks helps a pawn very comfortable for every of them, because rooks like a straight lines. Pawn go to the promote by straight lines, so their desires right now are the same. Like in this position, they evaluated 3 pawns in the black's favor, so black is doing well right now, and it is potentially, it looks like this match unfolds like equal match, but in the end, in the first board, everything winning for black. The second board was finished in this endgame. This king on h6 have a checkmate in the final. So the third one with big black's advantage, and the fourth creating a pass pawn, an extra create pawn. So it's like a 4 point to 0 point. Interesting. Everything is changed in the last of the games. So we will look at that. And let's check the last match. It's a match between Astana and Zandan-Shatar Chess City from the Mongolia. The first board, of course, in white's favor. because of an extra rook for bishop, but it doesn't matter. Really, we have a passed pawn and another pawn, so the way to win must not be difficult. As for the second one, Hatan Batar Bazar plays white, Aybayev Aslan plays black. What's happening here? Maybe black's piece is more active than white, but what? Black has an extra pawn, black's pieces are more active, so everything in the black side, right? They are attacking on b3, it's like a natural move, but after check, king e2 is prohibited because of skewer, so it's the only move. The second check, we must go away. And what else? Something like b6. It wasn't the game, yes. Black has an advantage. Of course, their extra pawn is not very healthy, doubled pawn on f7, but the king is more safe because of that pawn safety. So you can see the difference between this king, who are suffering after the checks from the second and the first rank, and this king who just stay and staring at views because nobody tried to attack him. It's very important in the chess game, especially in rook endgame, because rook likes to side checks. Okay, as for the third board, computer says it's a draw, but only after the one move from the white. So right now it's not a simple moment. Akhmetov Ayan plays white and Krienk Amgalan plays black. It's a third board from the match between Mongolia and Kazakhstan. Yes, black found it. Oh, tfu. White found it. Yes, I wanted to say that. What's the idea? Maybe block this pawn and trying to take hit. Liner mate can be a threat, but not really. Black queen totally should protect the b2 square from the checkmate or just check. Okay, let's try to promote a pawn. For example, goes here, king c6 and d5, just trying to improve something. King c5. Okay, after d4, my pawn will interfere the savings, b2 square for the rook, and now black is controlling here. Computer says there are no ways to improve in the position for the black. It's really interesting because two extra pawns and passed pawns, but no, nothing is working. Everything is good for the black, so draw. We'll check it in the real game. It's not so obvious as engine says, because engine is engine, people is people, we are different. And the last one game finished by perpetual check, as we said before. Okay. As for match between Hangzhou of China and Yugra, the second game was finished with Pridorozhny Alexei's win, so we want to see at the first, third and fourth board. Let's start from the fourth. I just saw that black has 4 seconds to do the move, and now they has 34 seconds, very dangerous, but the position is bad. 2 rooks against 2 minor pieces, very hard to fighting. But the point is, everyone has a small time in their clocks. Maybe it can change the result, I'm not sure. Let's check it somehow. So bishop goes to c6. Problematic position for the black, very problematic. Check, for example, king g6, rook can just return and everything is protected. Exclude of this pawn, maybe something with this diagonal can be interesting. Rook e1 with a skewer, yeah. Engine says the position is very, very, very hard. And the top engine move right now, it's a queen takes e1. Maybe the point is black can create a checkmate right here. Check, go away, and queen e7 with the threats of the taking everything. So It's unsolvable problems for the black. What's happening in the third board? Hong Minjan plays white, Kabanov Nikolai plays black. It's a drawish endgame. We analyzed in previous time, so it was a drawish, and now it is a drawish. Nothing's changed. Some pawns was exchanged, maybe. F pawn and G pawn, if I remember right. Ah, no. The same amount of everything. Just blocked these pawns and trying to, create something. But it's impossible task for the white and for the black, for everyone. As for the last one, the position became equal. So now it looks like the total score, going for the draw result. 2 point, 2 point. Draw, really draw. The third board's the same situation. King just go here. Maybe someone has some plans, but it's really hard to understand right now what they want to do. So the first board is very bad, especially after this check. So made a pin, for example. It looks like our outcome is predictable. As for the match between Airport Authority of India and Yugrad Chess Academy, now we have 2.5 in the Yugrad Chess Academy team, so the last game is not decisive. Just it's continue, rook endgame with an extra pawn to the white. Computer says, something between a totally draw and chances to the advantage. The evaluation is half of a pawn to the white's favor. So it's really, among these things. Okay, they are trying. White is trying to find something in this situation to make, close score like 2.5 and 1.5, and individual points, it's the first coefficient. This makes our game, every game, important for the final result. So everything is going, it's good, and the match between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Sport Club KPRF is finished. I want to count, and I see that the outcome is 4 points to Sport Club KPRF and 0 points to Uzbekistan Chess Club. It was unpredictable, to be honest, because the position was strange in every board, except of 1 or 2, I don't remember. But 4-1, the finish score right here. I write it down and looks at the last match. Last match between, of course, Astana and Zandan Shatar Chess Club. The first board was finished with Kazakhstan win with this extra material. The second board right now, what's happening here? An extra knight, but the position isn't winning. It's strange. Usually extra knight without we have a, how it called, further of position. This is protected passed pawn. That means that white king can't go away from this square, because this pawn totally want to get him promoted. And now black has a plan, goes here, go to the queen side, make a passed pawn here in the queen side, 3 pawns against 2, and king can be active, but white's king can't be active because of their task, control this h4 passed pawn. So, as computer says, evaluation in the black favor, like 2 pawns 6 for their side. It's interesting, because usually we see the opposite thing, but right now, yes. So potentially it's a point to Kazakhstan. As for the third one, the third board with a draw, draw evaluation. Yes, black trying to take their pawn ahead. What about this rook? It's very dangerous because I 100% know that usually if in the endgame like that you stay your rook undefended, queen find the order of the check to make a double attack and win it. But computer says it's okay. Takes the only move. Another check. So it looks like without problems, but it's very strange for me because usually we can find a double attack, but not right here. Right here is always totally okay for the white with a 0.0 evaluation in every variation, to be honest. Interesting. So it looks like what? This is the threat. So the first problem, for example, you can't take here because of the fork. So computer says the king must return to the d6 and trying to protect this pawn from the attacking. It seems logical, but this position in the black's favor, so Kazakhstan has more chances to the win right now than Mongolia. Maybe, but they're trying to create a chance, so I want to count an ongoing games. 3 games in the first match, 1 game in the second match, and 2 games in the last match. What's the total? Math isn't my strong side. 6, right? Yeah, 6 games is continuing after king g6. The advantage of black is keeping on the board, so they are continuing his trying to win the game. Okay, what's happening in the first board here? Rook and again with an extra pawn. The position of white is getting better. After these trade-offs on the queen side, the passed pawn is creating or close to this thing, so something can be happened. Queen g3 to this pawn, h5 is alone, it can die after the attacking. So really, the black's positions harder. Fortunately for him, the result in the match is fixed, so 2.5, and it's not a, it's a fixed without something surprising. It's maybe, calm in the mood, but every individual point is important, as I said before. In the battle between Mukia, the captain of China team, and Lishona Kalia, the captain of the team Yugra, black has a problem right now. They are trying, but an extra rook and passed pawn, it's really, the problem is unsolvable totally right now. So after taking on f3, this pawn is lost, this pawn is promoted, knight can't do something with that totally. So this game is lost. As for the other 2 games, they was like drawish, maybe something was changed. It looks like no. This pawn is protected by the king, this pawn is protected by the bishop, so everything in our old order. But what about this position? Oh, an extra bishop. What's happened? How it works? It was a blunder. So black made a pin and starting to create a bishop e2 idea, but after the rook a6, white just lost that opportunity from the black and trying, of course, to looking for chances, but it's very, very hard to play endgame without a bishop when your opponent has an extra bishop. Rook c7, pawn is trying to promote, but black blocked everything, and this pawn is lost totally. So situation is bad, and it looks like that in this match the chances of Chinese team is getting bigger and bigger with every move. So the first round was finished on your screens you can see that the opponents, fill their forms, and this is a drawish game, and this is a game with a big black advantage. So very, very challenging match and battle for the Yugra team right now. As for this position, a rook endgame with an extra pawn. What's the plan? For black chances, this pawn is far from another things in the board. So if you create a border and trying to make the trade-off, it will be impossible for white to win. For example, if it goes here, black goes here. So it's very good for the black was making a rook d4 move as computer recommends. But I have only one question. What if after rook d4 it will be b5 with this idea? Just going away, and this pawn is interfere a border from the rook. Unclear, to be honest, but as computer we believe him. In the game was rook b7, and the advantage of white is growing up, especially after the check. So king f5, for example, b5. What does it mean? Another question. Why this big diversity between the evaluations in different variations that in my mind looks like similar? Let's find the right plan. Check. If just go away, another check, and one more check. And what do we have? Why computer recommends us just go here and away? What's the point? Rook h6. It's a very strong calculations. Of course, if you have a lot of time or engine, you can calculate it. Yes, but in the minutes on the clock, I'm not sure. In the game live, we have this position right now. So the advantage of black is getting smaller. Of white, of course, advantage of white. So it's less than a pawn right now. So something is changed very quickly with this endgame. For black, they should... not they should, it's another match, so they fixed the result in this match, so nothing will be changed. Here. Black has a great opportunity, but only after one move. You can try to check yourself. Only one move for the black is winning the game right now. It's unpredictable thing, really. For me, I usually think about king c5 or something like that. It's a draw after the taking on f7, and king and knight can return and find all of pieces. I don't understand why it's a draw. Maybe it will be two queens after promoting, and it will be okay. But here, after this check, computer recommends make a queen d3 move. Just sacrifice this pawn, your passed pawn, a5, and the point is that king can go to f7 and then return to, block this pawn. It's impossible for them. So you should sacrifice your b5 pawn. It's very hard to do, especially on seconds. But it was a chance to win the game. Now black has this chance one more time, because king should take on g5, and after that e5 square help him. But knight e5, the situation is, repeat. So two passed pawns can go ahead, and king can't do it something. Okay. The game isn't going. 5 game is continuing right now. Got it. Let's make a short break, like 5 minutes, and after that we will finish our games. We will see all of that. What's happening in the situation? Let's check it. So, in this game, between Hatanbatar Badar and Aitbayev Aslan, blacks totally win because they promoted the queen, and white should resign. Their pawn hasn't chance to do the same thing, like promoting. Okay. And the third board, totally equal situation. After king c2, for example, this rook are doubled, they can make a perpetual check at least, so this king are near the pawn, so nothing is under control. It means that the whole result of this match will be 3 point to Kazakhstan and 1 point to Mongolia. It seems like that. Of course, sometimes we have surprises, like, lost a queen, but it's rarely thing because all level is professional level. So everything is good right here, and 2 games in the first match are continuing, 1 game's here. Interesting. It's the first board from the match between India and Yugra Chess Academy. So, in the first side, white has a connected pawns who can be promoted, but computer says it's a draw. We have an equal position. After king g2, for example, rook maybe the idea of, problems with this pawn, and rook can make the check. It's okay? Yeah, totally draw. h3 maybe is bad right now because of the skewer, but 1 more check. And trying to promote something, yes. White needs time to make something here, but he hasn't. So, situation is equal interesting. It was hard for the black, but right now everything is good for them. What's happening here? I'm not really stick to the strong order of games right now. Just click on the interesting. After rook c7, so the last pawn on h file was lost. Yes, and after that, black trying to capitalize in their extra bishop. The situation of only 1 mistake. As you remember, in the C line, it was just, the equal amount of pieces. But after the rook a6, everything is changed because of this idea. So yes, it was a blunder, and situation in the end, right now, it's totally winning for the black. Just make 2 threats on this pawn, win it, and after that promoting their a7 pawn to the queen. Here is a draw. White rook made the check, trying to find something, but it's not very useful because this threat remains, so rook should go on, ahead, back. And after that goes here, this is a threat with the pawns, so situation isn't changed. As for this one, we said it before. Oh, something's happened here. How it works? White is trying to find something, of course, because this position is totally lost for the white. So for the black right now, they need to looking for the chances. Otherwise, all outcome of the match will be bad for the team Yugra. So black trying to do something, and they can, they could, they did. After this exchange, b pawn, king is active, so white sacrificed the g3 pawn and made a counterattack. Black avoiding a rook trade-off right now. Well, I see that this game was finished with a draw. So all result in the match between Airport Authority of India and Yugrad Chess Academy is 3 point to Yugrad Chess Academy and 1 point to Airport Authority of India. Maybe it means that the first place will be sharing between maybe. So if I remember the right thing, I want to check it one more time. The position of players before this round. Sport Club KPRF and Yugrad Chess Academy has the same number of victories, the 17 points. After this match, they win and continue to share in this place, but the point is individual points. Individual points, it's number of games that every player win, so after the team points it's important, and Sport Club KPRF has a 12.5 before this game and 4 victories, so it will be 16.5 after this game. And Yugrad Chess Academy has 11 plus 3, it will be 14. So, you know, the diversity is growing up after this round. It looks like they have Sport Club KPRF in the first, Yugrad Chess Academy in the second. Yes. As for Airport Authority of India, this round was very bad for them. So it's hard to share in a prize place after that. As for the last match was finished too. After the queen takes d3, they have a draw agreement of draw. So because of takes and bare kings on the board. The total score of match is 3 points to Astana, Kazakhstan and 1 point to Zamdan Shatar Chess Club. Got it. And now only one match is ongoing, is the third and fourth games in the Hangzhou of China and Yugra battle. Now score is 1 point to 1 point, and the last two boards is decisive. Right here, interesting, white find the chances somehow, how this pawn can be lost. Right here is totally winning position for the black. The only one task, you know, keep this pawn from the last. So king f4, rook a5, it's a draw. Blunder from the opponent. And this game was two blunders. The first one from the white, when they lost their bishop. The second one is here, because after the rook a8, you can't keep this pawn, because your rook is overloaded by protecting the bishop. You have a lot of opportunities. For example, bishop d3, for example. So now your rook is free and you can keep all of these pawns and your bishop is working. But chess is chess, and after that we have a situation with rook and bishop against rook. There are opportunities to win, for example, Philidor's position, but it usually happens when it's the situation remains interesting, because there are ways to win for black, and everyone learn it in the chess camps. Philidor's position is one of the I can rephrase it. A lot of chess teachers like to explain to students Philidor's position with bishop, king, and 15 moves in a strong order to capitalize it. But it's too much harder than save a pawn on a7. As for this board, black is trying, black is looking for, black is checking all chances, but really hard, because opposite colored bishops, you know that. This b4 square is blocked a lot of times, so you can't touch this pawn because of the fork. For example, king e4 and rook just protected this pawn, so you can do you can do nothing with this strong construction of the pieces. But right now the same situation. Of course, I want to find the move after that. All captures was finished. Takes on a6. It was a 74 moves. So plus 50 rules move, 50 moves rule, whatever. It means that after 124 move, it will be a draw. So, of course, if you have an extra bishop advantage, you have only 50 moves trying to capitalize it. After that, the game will be fixed like draw. It make the process risky. Now it's about 22nd move. So, chances like 50-50. That I think. So, nothing is changed. And black is trying. Bishop e4. Maybe this idea after the bishop before, maybe something else. Of course, I respect this, approach to the business, because if your teammate trying to save very hard situation, you must looking for all of chances in the position, even if these chances doesn't exist. It's a team tournament. Team tournaments rules, so everything is right. Rook goes to d6. The rating of chess, the rating of black is higher than rating of white. Maybe. Something, somehow, maybe not. We will check it in the stream, in the real life. What's happening here? Just thinking. 2 minutes for black, 3 minutes for white. Not very much, but enough for this position. Okay, rook d6. They make a lot of moves in the both games, so they have a time to think. Because after every move we have a time increment, like a 30 seconds, and it's add to the whole amount of time in the clock. Rook goes to d1. This idea remains with bishop d4 after the taking here. Okay, 89th move. I count everything. Just go away with a threat. What about here? Thinking. 2 minutes for the black. Got it. I just want to check one more thing. It can be important or not. Who knows? Yes. So, it's a draw. What about Philidor's position? I can make it, artificial way to construction it. The Philidor's position is position when you... Okay, it will be very strange variation, but I want to show you how it works. When you king stays on the edge of the board and opponent's rook trying to make a border on the second line, and your rook can't interfere in the process, and these pieces stay in something like here, and this is the Philidor's position. So it's a threat. You might trying to save from this checkmate, and the idea of winning. I want to remember something, so you go to this side of the board, your opponent trying to save, you make one move to his, this line is very good for the rook. It's worse, it's the worst, if I remember it correctly. So after the rook d8, you make something like rook goes to this side, This is the only move to avoid a checkmate. The problem is, computer don't find the quickest way to win, you know, just some of the ways. Okay, I just put in my space in the computer, like the first engine move. So in the previous move it will be work. Control this square from the check. Rook d6 is the only move. This line, so this line is the best, this is the worst, and this is the worst. So after rook d6, we are going like here. After this check, we are interfering. This is a threat. Goes here, made a check. Goes from the other side. So there are no chances to protect it somehow. So your king must go away. Check. You can't go here because of the discovered attack, and the point is, after your king d1, you have the idea bishop b2, and in the real normal situation, it must be like rook c6, but this square on this line is controlled, so you should go on e1 and the second check and go whatever. So it's a Philidor position. Why we repeat this in the... I don't know. So the point is, if your rook stays on the 6th rank, bishop controls the squares, and it's very important. So when I was in the chess camp, you know, I learned all of this, but now, of course, I forgot 100% of the material, like it usually happens in the school. You remember it only until you need to, you know, make a test, whatever. So in our game, it was this position right now, so it's so far to Philidor's opportunities, and even in Philidor positions, it's very hard, almost impossible to remember something, as we just as we see right now in my example. So it looks like a draw. Here maybe something new. No, nothing new, and I want to find the last trade-off here, you know, to just count the moves, because game can be until the tomorrow morning. So pawn on g3, king takes g3. In this game it was in the 76th move, so 126th move. Okay, this game have similar numbers, and after 120 something it will be a draw. Or will not. We will see. 92nd move, just go here, so it's a big progress for the black. They managed to, you know, they forced this king stay on the edge of the board. As I can lot of modal verbs in English language, but I'm trying to handle it. So, as I showed you before, yes, success. The king in the edge of the board is an important part of the Philidor's opportunities. So it looks like king d4, maybe. So the dream of black right now, it's a bishop on c4 and king on c3. I don't know how it can be in the real life, but somehow. So really, it's not a really drawish position. It can be continued with different results. So we are watching. Rook d7, maybe. Maybe black will try to close to the c file, because this is the squares for their pieces. Okay, maybe something new here. No. 95th move it was. So 30 moves that it will be a draw. Check to the king. Maybe sometimes I want to commentate it like, you know, Brazilian football. So he made a check, and what? Look at that. But chess is a calm, you know, sport. without great emotions. Sometimes it happens, for example, in the match, in World Champion match, when, Dean Liren makes a great mistake and everyone, how, it's a World Champion, what will happen, lots of emotional thing, but it's not very often. Looks like white doing everything right, staying on the file and making a pin. So black should trying like here, maybe here, but I'm not sure. D file is good for the white king. Okay, rook goes to e4, a4. Check the threat. Look likes, maybe, for example, if white doing nothing, doing nothing, I mean, not make a blunder, just doing nothing. It will be a check, and after king b2, the only move, black has an opportunity with b4, trying, looking for chances. The bishop is trapped, so it's not so easy. Of course, white has a lot of opportunities to save, but you should calculate variations and be careful, and after 4 hours and half of an hour, it's not very easy. Yes, king c3 is okay for white. Situation is staying equal. Everyone is continuing to looking at chances. They are determined person, if I remember the right word. Determined, right? I want to check it. Persistent, not determined, persistent. So, they are persistent person. Okay, got it. Maybe other chances, but I really don't know how black can create it in this situation. The next move will be 100th move. What's about this position? A rook make a border to the king. So it's enough, just stay here and continue staying. A border. Yes, white's king goes to the right side, so it's hard to the black king just go through this border. For example, if it may be an interference and go here, but after that black king or white king can say, okay, I just want to go in the other side. So nothing's happened. In this position, trying, bishop f3, goes black goes, we need to, firstly noun, secondly verb. In English language it's a hard thing. So I'm trying, they are trying, everyone is trying. It's our style of life, chess players. Okay, bishop f3. And this, thinking, 5 minutes to white and 3 minutes to black. I can just imagine variation. For example, if white made a check, this move, another check, and queen e3. In this situation, blacks can win with these Philidor's variations, but it's a hard thing, but they can. Computer says checkmate in 18, so as you remember, there are some subtle moves with, a lot of things, but right now it's not working. White offer a draw after the trade-off. So it's black decision. They continue to looking for chances, or just, said, okay. I want to check one variation, to be honest. If after rook h1, king goes to e3, a2, can I use this check? With the idea of, yes, I can use, but king just go away. Without, this doesn't make sense. Rook's h3 was in the game, and my stake that the next move was Rook d8. Yeah, I'm a great predictor, like Avanga. Maybe better. Who knows? Chess commentator, you know, helps with extrasensorical abilities. Really hard. So here, king b3. Maybe king stay closed. That in the previous attempts. Computer says nothing is changing. So right here it was 100 the first move. So 25 moves remains to the draw. Okay, rook c1, make a border and threaten checks from this side. For example, rook bishop h5 made a check and somehow forgot about that, and after that made a check and this bishop is lost. It's just my fantasy, but sometimes in real love, love it's my dream right now, but in real life it happens, yes. So black is trying to make their king closely to the situation and made a check from this side. Interesting. And if as I show you before, it really can be in the real life. Maybe not. I'm not sure, but if really bishop h5, check and go away, it's a threat. Rook c4. But you can try it in the game, because rook c4 is the only move for the white who can keep the situation. But goes away. King b2, position is getting harder to keep in for the white. Maybe they are relaxed earlier than it can be. But now it's a, drawish evaluation. But who knows? Time is enough. 20 moves to make an experiment with a different sequence of moves. Why not? So I think after the rook wants to trade off. Let's calculate. Takes. The block square on b2 without changes. If bishop stays here, you can't use it somehow. For example, you can win this pawn, okay, but b2 square, it's really the result. So rooks go away. If I want to take this pawn, it can be difficult to keep because of these ideas. For example, you go from the discovered attack and make a checkmate on the a2. Yes. Rook go away in the game. So the evaluation of computer is changed a little. Now it's not a 0.0, now it's just a 0.1. So it means 1/10 of pawn, but something. Interfering from the check, and we wanted to make a rook g2 opportunity. Interesting. So what's happening here? King goes from the edge of the board with these ideas, and now we have 99th move, the 100th move. The games are ongoing. Good. Something new here. It's more interesting right now. Bishop on d3. This idea, something like, check. For example, I don't know what. After bishop c3, we can capture the pawn and have 2 extra pawns. It's psychologically nice. For example, bishop or knight, king here, whatever. Rook g2. And this is a threat. But of course there are other way to save, but who cares? Rook d1, for example, it's a problem with bishop. Problem with rook d2 is not very big problem, but something new, and it may be psychological hard during the game when you are thinking like, it's a draw, totally draw, I wanted to win, but it's a draw, okay, why he didn't offer me a draw? But right now, hoba, and situation staying sharp. So where are we in the game? Right here. King b2 answers by white. Black returns to the square, and after king b3 it will be nothing, because we haven't this opportunity. It's a blunder. It can be the winning opportunity, but no, because this pawn on b5 is overloaded totally. Rook just take here. What's about bishop d5, for example? Made a check, and we should go away. Not very interesting. Okay, just one more time. Rook a6, trying from other side. Why not? Check in this position. So, black is further from the result than in the start of the capitalization. So now the position of Philidor is further. I think it's like 1% of 100 that black can really win this position, because it looks like they can't use it. Okay, but they are trying. In our life, the trying is the first. Something is changed, so king goes to a1, maybe avoiding a check from the second line. Got it. So that was a big idea with checkmate opportunities. Maybe king e1, it's a good thing, but the strange that white has 8 minutes, so they can think harder, because it's really dangerous. It's very, how can you feel if you lose a game after the 5 hours of playing, and it was a really drawish game? Very bad. So the better way is check one more time, then lost something. Bishop stays on e4, maybe check, but king goes to c4 with that idea, and maybe rook from a6 can make a vertical mate. Who knows? Everyone's trying. What's happening here? Nothing. Sometimes I will check it, but it looks like nothing has happened. 106 move. Just a threat. Okay. Rook made a border to, avoid these opportunities, and it's the right decision. The evaluation right now is 0.1. So just 0.1. Not very clear draw, but something like that. Black is looking for chances. They have only 14 moves, if I am right, before the 15 moves rule in the chess. So I can repeat it for all of us. If for 50 moves nobody captured and no one pawn go ahead, it means it called 50 moves rule, and it means a draw. So one of opponent can ask an arbiter and said something like 50 moves rule, and the arbiter will count. If the calculations are right, it will be a draw. Okay, so we remember 14 moves right here. Not 14, more. 16 move right here. And how much? And 16 here. 16 and 16. Okay, just 16. It's, we see the end. Okay, rook goes to b8. 100 and knights move. It's like a runner of a marathon. When you see the line with white and black squares in the end, you can see it's my end, it's my goal. So for one of the opponents in every game, it seems like that. Okay, another check. Trying to go from this side. Interesting. What's happening here? Black is thinking, because it can be problematic. Oh, and evaluation, to be honest, is growing up. Right now, it's a half of a pawn, just 0.5. After the bishop a3 move, yes. Computer said that it was a mistake for the white. I'm not sure, but he says made a check, and if we go ahead, bishop returns. Bishop d5, for example, with this threat. Computer says it is, but the point is only 16 move, in this position 14 move. Limits are very specific, so you should create something quickly, or your opponent can ask an arbiter. As I said you before, king goes to d5, king goes to d5, and what's the problem for the white right now? For example, your rook should protect your pawn. Okay, let's try rook a3. White's problem. Bishop f3 is a top engine move right now. I just want to check. For example, goes here. It's losing a game after b4. And go away. And so now there are no good moves for the white. Okay, I just want to touch this bishop to the g7. And like something like here, this idea, b3, b2. And the advantage of black is growing up totally. It's the best way for the white, but their position became risky. Interesting. So Kabanov Nikolai is Grandmaster. He's looking for chances for last 40, more than 40, for last 70 moves, something like that. And maybe he will find it. We are watching. Interesting. 111 in the second game. The point is 124. So 13 moves right here. And what's happening here? Rook d2. Maybe to this maneuver, to go into a file with the threats. It's a question, but it can be, really. The top engine move for white right now is bishop b4, but I want to check, for example, if I just return to b2. Very bad, because of this opportunity, with b4 pawn. Got it. So white is thinking, rook c3. What if it will be check? Just trying to protect. And rook d4. That's the idea, going here. And the advantage is 1 pawn 2 right now. Got it. So the position is not so easy. Something is in the air, The tension is in the air. Good phrase for this situation. Because everyone is tired, but it's a risky for a team. For example, if in this position black will find chances to the win, and in the last game it will be a draw, it looks like a draw, when this consists of material. So the Team Yugra can win this match. Potentially, very potentially. But who knows? White must be careful. But everyone is careful. How it can help if your brain is tired, totally tired. So it's like our 5th hour of the round is finished. Like 4 hours and 45 minutes. It's a seriously thing for your brain, memory, and the whole organism, you know. So black has only 3 minutes in this position. It's not only because it was in previous time it was so the numbers of time was less, but 2 minutes 55 seconds is not very much to calculate the variations, especially if you want to check it more than one time. What about this? Black has a 5 minutes and trying to find something. Computer says everything is okay for white. But king, one more time, near the edge of the board, near the corner that's in the same color with this bishop. Okay. Black prefers rook d4 right now and rook b3. White responses. So b4 is hard. B4 opportunity is hard right now. Check. All of face is okay for the white. The evaluation is 0.0. One more time. But after rook a2, I can see that, yeah, I wanted to offer this move like king c6 with bishop d5 threat. Of course, it's a strange threat for the chess players this level, but who knows, who knows. Sometimes after 5 hours of thinking, our brain can make a lag and not, you know, a lag in the computer sometimes, freezing. Whoa. King goes to b2 in this game, you know, avoiding these tactical targets. It's a wise decision of white, without questions. Yeah, I agree. Here the same thing. So black spending their minutes from 6 minutes to 4 minutes right now. So they're thinking maybe it is the last check before the offer of agreement of a draw, something else. Who knows? Who knows? Bishop goes to d3. The idea is maybe bishop just protecting our pawn on b5, guarding it to not losing. It's a good thing, you know, protecting everything. To play without risky opportunities from your opponent. Okay, got it. Rook just go away to the e5. Interesting decision. Maybe it's the opposite of our goal, but who knows, maybe this is a maneuver to the, you know, king side. Okay, it's up for black. Why not right here? King c3, bishop c4, rook b2, make a check, but our next move, our next idea is totally unclear. So the game is continuing right now. Okay, it's 114 moves here, about 12, not about 10 moves to the finish. And here, how much? How many? Less. 9 moves to the finish. So I'm happy that this rule exists right now in the chess, you know, regulations, because it was at times when one game can play, you know, from the morning to the evening or not one day. So you know that in ancient times, like in 19th century, if you slept near the board, you lose your game. And this was the only one rule that, make a borders in the participants, so they can play, 40 hours ahead. Why not? And these cases really exists in chess history, because sometimes there are positions like that when you haven't real opportunities to change something, but you want to do it. Your heart is, hot, so you're trying. And one of options of winning is made your opponent so tired, so he slept right now, so you win. But now it's not our case. We are modern chess players. We know about 50 moves rule. So rook goes to b2. The situation is equal. King goes to e5. Sometimes it have a similar things with the Philidor position, but after the rook a7 it will be lots of checks from this side, so this rook can't make a check, and after the interfering our situation will repeat one more time. So I'm not sure about that, because after the checks it will be after the rook f1 you have this opportunity, just go from this side. Maybe it's enough. And after this idea just king g5. Yeah, so king don't want to go to the edge of the board. For example, if it just stays here, go away, made a check. Looks like a Philidor opportunities, but computer says that the 50 rules will be quicker. But it's only one move for the white. That's the point. Yeah, king goes to g5. Okay. Here, rooks a1. 8 moves before the draw. Let's check the only logical move. So nothing, right? Check, go away. Or rook d1 without a threat. Got it. Made a check. King must go on. No, king must go on. I like that, but king must go away. It's a different words with different meanings. 190th move right here. The arbiters put the new forms near the participants, because one form is not enough for them. Trying to looking at chances before somebody fell asleep near the board. Just a joke. So, bishop b4. 120 moves in this game. Okay, 6 moves ahead. And 120 moves here. 4 moves before the draw. I count everything. I want to check it one more time to be sure for my words, okay? So, the last pawn was taken on the 74 right now. 74. After, yes, it was 74, so from 75 it was started. Yeah, I'm right, so 4 last moves in this situation. What about this position? 76, am I right? 70, yeah, the same pawn position. And right now, yes, 76, 77. So, made a check. I control everything. Arbiter stays near them. And maybe we have 2 options. The first option, they take their forms and go to the arbiter, and they trying to discuss something. If they discuss 50 moves rule, they are wrong, because there are just 5 moves before this situation, not just now. The strange thing that all time is running out. So if they start to discuss something, they should stop the clock, and after that. But right now in Lichess I can see that white's time is running out right now, 3 minutes. And here time is going on, so like dissonance. 123. So after this move it will be the last. But right now it's not. I count it very clear, because it's my job right now. And what's happening? Okay, king d3. Oh, it's not d3, it's e6. Thank you. Alphabetical things is difficult for me, but I'm trying. King d7. One more move, and it will be a draw with 50 moves rule. Maybe in this competition, because it's a team competition, maybe the team captains can fix the result. I'm not sure, but it looks like that. So they are doing something with the chess clocks, right? Or just watching it? Because I know the rule. If you're asking the arbiter about 50 rule situations and you was wrong, your opponent has 2 more minutes. No, we have a really, yes, draw in this game. Thank you. It was really 50 moves. After 124th move, yes, it's a true. So we have one last game right here. 122nd moves. 4 moves before the draw. The last 4. Okay, maybe like rook d1, and rook goes away and made a check, and rook king on b2, and rook goes to b3. It's a 124th. In this case, black will win the game, because in the 125th move they capture the bishop. It's the only way, to manage to the time. It looks like they are putting their pieces. Am I right or not? Or it was the 4th board of the round. How many questions? Yes. The 4th board was finished, but the 3rd is continue. To the night. I can look at the window and see something black and circle moon in the night. Totally 5 hours in this game. It's regular situation in position like that. Okay, king goes to b2. Time to the black for thinking. King d4 goes closer. 3 moves more in this position. It looks like, my last hope to have a dinner and trying to 4 moves before the draw, 3 moves. It's not the real situation, but part of it true, it is. Okay, rook c1, trying to make a trade-off, and after that blocking on b square is totally clear for chess player every level. So it's time to respond. But it's okay. Rook is trying his last chance with this checkmate. It can be, for example, rook goes away, rook a6, rook c1, and no, Even in this variation, nothing, because king has a b1 square. And the fun fact that Lichess don't let me to do this move because it was the 50th move without something, and the computer just stopped. He said, you can't make the next move because of the 50 moves rule. So my calculations was right, and the 126 move was the last in this game, in this rule. So in the game, yes, the one last move. The one last move. What are you thinking? Maybe it was not a real. No, real. I can't do it, so I can't do anything. Rook c1 plays white, and black's turn. It will be the last move, because after that we will have a problem with Lichess. Of course, they can continue their game on the board, but Lichess program don't let us to put next moves in the program, because it's strictly, borders. 50 moves, not 51. So, what will be the last one? The last move before they... And it is... Thinking... Arbiter stays like near, because they see the 50 moves border. Me too. But the players are thinking. As you can see, very aesthetic picture, Clever man, sitting near the chess table and analyzing chess position. So I think it's perfect. As a girl. As a commentator, I have questions. So, diversity, thoughts, yes. Maybe the last one. 126 move. Yeah, it was a check, and Lichess fixed the draw automatically. You can see it near the surnames, but the problem it's not a problem. The player of white, Hong Minzhen, stopped the clock and asked an arbiter, like, it's a draw. So they will fix it in real life too right now. And it was the last game from the fifth round. So what do we have? We have 2 point and 2 point in this match. Hangzhou of China has 2 points, and Yugra team has 2 points too. So it's a match draw. They shake hands, and now we finished. We finished our round with the results. So I hope it will be interesting for you. It was interesting for you, and sometimes you enjoy this process. But that's all for today. We will continue tomorrow in the same time, in the same place, and it will be a 6 rounds. So I hope it will be very interesting. But for now, that's all. So goodbye. See you tomorrow.